Hello everyone, I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I'm sorry if I'm a little wonky today. I have a muscle spasm that wants me dead right now, so we'll be dealing with that today as we do work. Hi Mew, hi Buster, hi Big Joes. So if you see me, my eye wink, it's not happening. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, it's not happening. Oh, what I be looking for? Just editing up BLT's thing as a little bit because it would make me feel better. Alright, save. Oh. Alright. You goggle cover. Oh, are you talking about, this is what it sounds like from Column? What it sounds like, yeah. Yeah. I listened to it last night. It was pretty good. I liked it. I liked it a lot. Thank you. I'll never leave. Never leave. Hold me tight. Okay, I have to fix some stuff and then model some stuff and then do other stuff, I think. Is the plan for today. Do what I was looking for. I found this one, the gem cut crop top. There you go. Survive is my last goal for today. Hello, Rainer. How are you? I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for the head pads. I'm like scooted. There we go. Ooh, alright. Yep. Okay, my brain is dying. Alrighty. Make it larger, okay. Alrighty. I can take my meds. I can take my meds. I don't understand. Womp. Womp. Sorry guys, my bad was dull, so I gotta sharpen it. Sounds good. Just slice that part of my head off. Oh my gosh, Mr. Lane. Hello. Hello, Sheppy. How are you doing today? There you go. Thank you for the check-in. This is what it sounds like. Okay. This is what it sounds like. Oh yeah. I don't know. Hello, hi, Canadian. How you doing? I'm gonna cut out all of you problems. Sounds good. Sounds good. I think it might be killing me, I think. Ugh. So I'm sorry if you see me twitch a lot today. I'm gonna try not to. But this shit hurts like a motherfucking... Nice choice for music, thank you. It's a cover by Colin McGuinness. We love him here. This is what it sounds like. You understand our friends. Whew! I hope everyone's having a good day, by the way. And slept well. Cthulhu, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I'm having a lovely, lovely day. I think my brain's gonna just flop out of my ear. I would feel a lot better, I think. We just gotta make this last gem bigger. Oh, I also have to prep V-stars for social media today as well. I will do that in 2 seconds. None of these are like the same size. I just realized I made all the gems a different size. Oops. Okay, I got it sharpened. Alright, I'm ready. I am positioned in the guillotine formation. Son of a bitch. It hurts. Oh, that feels great. Yep. Thank you. This is what it sounds like. Ow. Maybe the back one's okay. Actually. Just move it up. Alright, then I just gotta turn this through the night. Go here. No. I thought I was gonna have to make a whole separate chain. Looks like I don't have to, because I'm a smart little cat cow. Oh my god, it hurts. Are we supposed to not be able to see what you're doing? Yeah. The only thing that you can see is the tiny bit on my screen, mainly because how loud she coming, because I signed an NDA and I'm not really supposed to show what I'm doing. But as long as I don't talk about what I'm doing, it'll be. How you feeling today, Kiwi? I hope you're feeling better than me. 100%. I think I need to remake this. Yes, because that's very curved. May I take you high? When the time is nice of your life. Son of a bitch. Ow. Whew. Doing better, but I'm out running some errands, and when I get home, I have to fold laundry. That's been done since Sunday. Understandable. Oh, today's gonna be great, guys. Today's gonna be so great. It's gonna be a great day. Honestly, I don't know how today could get any cooler. You got this one, thank you. I really am trying not to react to it. It just really doesn't want to cooperate with me. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna make this channel a little bit smaller. Daily word grit. Is it because I am gritting my teeth? Make a sound. I feel like I'm taking psychic damage. Two. I'm trying to fight it. It's really not working. I put cream on it, but I don't think it helped. Well, I mean, like, I'm trying to grit through the pain and not be a bitch about it. Well, it hurts like a motherfucker. The Lord is testing me in my sins. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good change. Yeah, because some of these things it's mostly caused by what you said that you guys so you can try.
Okay.
If that doesn't do anything at all, like I'd make another adjustment to try. So,
Okay.
could also be the way your arm is done because it's that too long structure.
Okay. Thank you for the definition of grit, Kiwi. I'm just, you know, I'm just existing. I don't want to complain about it. I feel like a pussy complaining about it. What's your name? Cobra 7? Running in the snow. Ooh. God is testing my determination, my willpower, and I will prove him wrong. Son of a bitch. Sorry, I'm gonna be cussing a lot today. Gotta pick up some ingredients for dinner. The wife is making chicken enchiladas for dinner. Yum! Sounds good. Have a good time picking up them ingredients. Son of a bitch. Even lurk. Oh. Ooh, okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. We're good. Who you are? It's fine. You're not a star. Ooh, okay. What material? Metal? Rendering hyper shade. Worst case scenario, I heat up the hot pack again and I lay on it and we take a small nap. I think is the general plan if this doesn't go the way I want it to. I think time. I'm friends that always anyway. The bottom of the parrot, baby, you're not a star. nostalgia. Do these not have? I don't know why this doesn't want to cooperate. Cooperate, please. Oh, that reminds me, I have to make one of those for you, Mew. Just, you know, let me just finish dying, and then I'll resurrect, and then I'll make you yours. Devil has horns, and so did I. It's okay. I love you. It's okay, love. You're doing it for kisses, so I'm patient. More kisses! Yay! More kisses! I love kisses. So tonight. Okay. Hopefully that Advil will kick in and I can stop dying. I have arrived! Welcome, Devouring! Welcome, 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 my friend. How are you doing today? Got any ideas on how I could surgically remove part of my head? Without dying. Mostly a joke. I think this is gonna, Maya's gonna need a second, so I'm gonna just mark on this real quick. File, save as. I had an answer until you said without dying. Damn. Damn. Let's see, we need the final skip. Jizz. Whew. Where did your head hurt? It's in the back of my head. Like, right next to my ear. In the back of my head. I took Advil. I've been massaging it. I've been stretching. I'm trying to sit properly. But it's kind of tweaking right now. So, we were gritting with it. What in sacrifice? I use a weighted neck pillow to help some of my headaches and neck aches. That makes sense. I think this. Whew. So something. What did they say? I'm intrigued. Select objects with materials. Oops, I fucked that up. Mr. Devouring Eye, my cat is trans, and I prepare myself to hear something offensive. Okay. This night it's a starless sky. My cat's trans because I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Damn. That's one way to get you. That's a very interesting way to say I don't know the gender of my cat.
Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Okay, I'm just gonna take all of this and assign it to Lambert. Same with this guy. That's not how that works. Just because you're confused doesn't make them trans. Also, did you check? Is it easy to check? Because, oh, I guess it depends. Get rid of that group. No. Edit, delete all by type history. Select objects with materials. With cats, there's usually 2 clear indicators to the gender. Oh. Select objects with materials. Hello, Rhino. Is it the balls? Are the balls the indicator? Yeah, okay. I was wondering. I was like, could it be the balls? You don't know the cats season though, they could be trans. Kiwi has a point. Kiwi does have a point. Okay, now I gotta wait for that. Okay. Go back to doing this. Let's turn them all off so I'm not overwhelmed by what I'm doing. So I have to name all the layers too. Yeah, if this is the case, this will be. This is true, and I would highly respect the cat's pronouns. I just didn't want the students to start calling anyone they didn't identify. Ah, that's very valid. Tail base, tail shadow, tail. Export apparel. Yep. Now open substance painter. I think I did the tail wrong, actually. Rasterize. Same. Ear L shadow. Ear L outline. Ear L birthmark. I don't know what else to do. It's a fantasy book that wasn't great, but I liked how they did pronouns. They referred to using they, them as a polite form of address. What? Sorry, that kind of flew over my head. I only have a quarter of my brain cell today. Ugh. Alright. I actually don't want to listen to this song on here. Sure. I'll listen to Lady Gaga. You getting sick. I want to take a ride on your disco stick. Oh. And I might miss you, babe. Complicated and nah, I should rebake the maps. Okay. Whew. Actually, you know what? I think I want to do this differently. You in that game. Right, there you go. Color. Like a character had a nameplate on their desk asking people to refer to them as the polite. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is nice. Save. Okay. I want to take a ride on your disco stick. And then we combine. The book is Cyborg Tinker for anyone interesting. It's ooh. You know, I've been meaning to read more. There's some books that I've been interested in. Oh, okay. Star one. Star one middle. Star two middle. Autumn Reckless. Yes! Sounds good. Stars, gems. What's that? Disco stick. Sorry for today's ASMR breathing stream. Or Olivia. That's valid. I don't go to the library that often, though. But I might if we start reading enough. Let's do object. Libby is nice because you can get access to a bunch of libraries from home. Oh, that's cool. I think I first want to start with, because I already have a book that I want to read. I want to read the original Cloud Atlas because I have that book. And then I bought all of the Odyssey by Homer. And I'd like to read that as well. I don't know if I'll get through that one because that one is not formulated in a way that I think I can read good, but we can still try it. Color change. Under. Who did the transition? Because that'll affect how easy it is to read and how the story feels. Let me look it up. I honestly bought the book because of Epic. But because the book was pretty as well. Hold on. Let me look. It was... It's this one. It was published by Penguin Classics, so I don't exactly know. Translated by E.B. Ryu. So I don't know if they're good or not. Why is it close that? Oh my god, my brain. Oh. Did I do the thing of this? I did, okay. Oh, I have to do the V-Stars thing today, too. Post. I have the Emily Wilson translation, but it's pretty academic with the first half being background information. Interesting, okay. I just have to be patient with myself when I read it then. I just downloaded the 26th. Did I download? I did, okay. Downloaded the right one. I'd like to get you into RF Lang but her books come with warnings. I mean, that's fine by me. I mean, I listen to Creepcast. Creepcast already fucks me over. Medley. So you just want to start with is probably Yellowface. Okay. Sounds good. Let me bookmark it. I have a folder of stuff I want to read. Save. So I saved the other one. Wrong folder. Wrong folder. She's known for two series, mainly Poppy Wars, which is very graphic female rage fantasy. Interesting. What does female rage mean? And Babel, which reads like a textbook. Okay, I'm probably not gonna be able to get through the second one if it's like a text. I was never good at reading in school. Okay. Oh, this is the right ear. Shading. Writing is very critical of colonial oppression of gender norms. Interesting. I like a lot of like. I feel like I tend to like coming of age stories quite a bit. Like a lot of Darren Shan's work. I believe I've read. I posted this early. It's fine. It'll be fine. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I like that. Here, right. Here, left. Here. Outline. Color. Birthmark. Shading. Poppy Wars has some coming of age. The main character does chemically stare. Oh! That is that. Interesting. Good to know ahead of time. Like I said, warnings. That's very valid. Thank you for letting me know ahead of time, to be honest. Belly button. This is the... Nope. Birthmark. Although you'd probably like the Sword of Kaigon, badass mom main character. That does sound like it's up my alley. Oh. ML Wang. It is added to my want to read list. Thank you, Kiwi. It's cool having you be like a writer and a person who likes reading, because it makes me really want to get into reading more. I want to be more literate, Paul. I said that as an error. Birthmark. Really curved. Underbelly outline. Birthmark. I don't think I want to do his head yet, because his head's a lot. Left. There's also the Iron Widow series, that is a fantasy retelling of China's only female emperor with a true love triangle in the Pacific. What? What do you mean it has robots? You definitely should put that one on the list, on my recommendation list. I wanna read them all. You might have seen the author on TikTok. She's pretty funny and popular. I got a desk drawer. Now I get to attach it to... Nice! Good luck. I hope it's pretty easy. But yeah, hold on. Let me look it up. The Iron Widow series. It's very possible. I watch a lot of TikTok. Call me Buster the Builder. Hello, Buster the Builder. There was a cow onesie. Oh shit, it's her? I have seen her TikToks before. I didn't know she was a writer. Oh my goodness. I didn't know that they were a writer. That is cool. I like that they also have a cow onesie. Sorry. Oh. She sold one of her books for a lot of money for charity. Oh, that's very nice of her. That's a lot to give up, you know? Belly. Color. Because she sat on it in a promo? Huh? Like, she, like, just sat on it? Like, sit? Actually. Asked the book, sat on it. Damn. Actually. I think this could just be a reference. That's cool, though. I like that. Assert dominance. Start. There we go. Render image. Alrighty, and now I can Feet front facing. What? Oh, it's very unhinged. Dommy, mommy, and submissive fans dynamic. Well, I mean, I can't complain about that. You know me and strong women. Shadow. Color. Birthmark. Shadow. Eat. Sit front. Okay. Oops. Yellow Face is about a white woman pretending to be Asian after publishing her dead friend's book and being haunted by the guilt and the internet backlash. That's heavy. You know, the ones I usually when I used to read, which was a long time ago, I mainly just read like Darren Shan's The Thin Executioner was about a world where actually I just read the synopsis really quick for you since I know you're out doing stuff. Executioner. I can't spell. The Thin Executioner is a young adult dark fantasy novel written by the Irish playwright Darren. Oh, wow, I just wanted the book summary. It's one of their lighter books. That's crazy. The Thin Executioner is about a boy named Jabel who is thin but wants to precede his father, a famous executioner, by seeking out the fire god and gaining invincibility. That one I've read. And then the Chaos Walking series, I read that one as well. Which is about Todd Hewitt, who lives in Prentice Town, a village where privacy is impossible. And that one. Have you heard of Legends and Lattes? No, I have not. I instantly love the cover. Have a good stream, wife! What is this about? I hope Spazza doesn't stop you too much. Won't stop me. I'm too strong. Too strong. Legends of Lattes. I'm already strong, wife. Thank you. Love you, Mew. I'm already interested. I can't really think of a slice of life fantasy stories I've heard of. I'm already interested. I'm already interested in this kiwi. Okay. I won't deal with that in a second. Orc Adventure retires and starts a coffee shop. Oh yes! I'm already liking it. I wonder if that one's on Spotify, because Spotify has audiobooks too. Legends and Lattes. Oh my god, it is! I could listen to it right now if I wanted to. I'm not going to because I don't think I could enjoy it with my pain, but you know. Low stakes, cozy fantasy, and there's a second book that's a prequel. Ooh.
Author is a narrator for a ton of fantasy and lit art. Oh, I like that. That's cool. So they already have like a history with it, huh? Birthmark. He narrated almost all the books from my favorite author. Ooh. All right. Well, let me add them to a playlist then. Right now. New playlist. Edit details. Audio books. There you go. Color. Dude, the pain makes me really want to take a nap. I have to do a little bit more work before I can consider taking a nap. I think he also narrated the beginning after the end books. I don't know what that one is. Who's that one by? This one. And the head. Cheek left. I might combine those just to see. It's a web novel turned published. It's a web novel turned published turned webtoon turned anime. Damn. I mean, a lot of people liked it then. My turtle me? Very interesting name. Shadow. And birthmarks. Bottom lip. Inner mouth. They liked everything except the anime because the studio butchered it. That's always the case, isn't it? Always adaptations tend to do them dirty. And kind of pulled a 7 Deadly Sins Promised Neverland from episode 1. What is that? What does that mean? I forgot to move the models. I run many miles, wanted to find love from without could love me and never leave my side. Run for many miles, trying to get away from what I'm ashamed of the inside. What does that even mean? Baby, hold me tight. Dead inside. You and I. No animation budget, and they cut out a lot of scenes. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That just proves to me that I need to read the manga for 7 Deadly Sins, because I really like 7 Deadly Sins. But I also hate it when things do that, where they like, we don't got enough budget, so we're gonna cut a lot of the information from the story out of it. Because, like, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. Well, that makes sense. I guess to be fair, because I liked it as an anime, even though I didn't like the end of it, probably means I could go in and read the manga and I would like it a lot more. Could have gotten a better version of a jobless reincarnation, but instead it became like those yeah. Yep. And that's why, like, I really appreciate it when, like, animation studios go with, like, they're like, oh, we're just gonna do what the anime has, because it's literally a script. Oh, this is just playing my D&D music. Pop music, pop music. Let me pin live stream. Where did this go? Forget about the rat race. Talk about pop music. Talk about. Evaded. Talk about pop music. Oh. Okay. Let's do this one first. So this one's the harder one. Hit line. Pop music. Talk about pop music. Okay. Oh. Wherever you are. The streets. Harold, this is the... I can check that off now. What's on? What is this? I don't know. It is the lace up. Lace up. Lace up. Oh. I want to do the front or the back first. The front might kill me. Nah, I got this. I got this. Let's do the front. Just hide this for now. By the torso. Let's do it this way. Down, take down. Girls to the world. I have an idea. A nice try. World X, okay. It's ugly, listen. So there's a major one out of my veins. I was gonna do it this way, but I don't think I want to anymore. It's all the same. Bum 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 bum. I'm gonna take IKEA instructions over this bullshit. Oh no. Is it that bad? gonna stop. The hatred wanna grow out of my veins. I don't think you're ready for the takedown. I'll take you down. Oh, da 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 da. Okay, I think this is the base that we can have. You're the master of illusion. I'm blind, bro. This is mean. I'm sorry, Buster. I'm sorry that they're being mean to you. Oh, oh, oh. Is this possible? Wonderful change. There we go. I want this to be roughly even. I'm doing a bad job making sure that it stays even, but I think that's okay. I'm trying my best. Oh my god, I think the Advil kicked in. I lied, but it's not as bad as it was a minute ago, so I guess I'm not that mad. These over. Because I'm dying, I think we're just gonna be in the hub today. I'll just be careful about my screen. Oh. Oh. Okay, there's that. How do I make a new one? I kind of want to start on that. I feel like I could just cut out of it. I think. There we go. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Let's do that like that for now. There's another piece actually. I feel like almost like the rest of it could be done by hand. So I duplicate this, undo this, hide this one. Because the bottom half is roughly this area. This one, this one. There we go. Colors. Duplicate it, show it. Take this part. It's that part. And then duplicate, show. Looks like it's got 3. So like 1, 2, 3. And I want to show this surface with this one. And pictures of fun. Color. Then what I think I'll do next is take this, and then I think do like this, and then I split it in half. And then I take the original torso, do this. Okay, maybe that was a little bit much because I really didn't place it on there yet. Okay, now if I take this, make this a live surface, and slide this on here. Okay, maybe I slide part of it at a time. So let's do this part. Smooth this part. Oops. Okay. Let's take this half. Let's do world, reset it. Just smooth it out a bit. Oh, wireframe, I can't really see. This is a bit thick. Okay, this one I wanted to scoot up a little bit. Same with these two. Okay. Alright, cool. Okay. Actually, this is much bigger. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Let's smooth these out now. There we go. And now for this piece. All this gets removed. And this and this. I think I was supposed to bring this down one. Does that make sense to me? Hide this for now. And then 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let's see, vertex. And I'll match on it. I'd probably just put this one here then. Actually. Yo. Oh my god, that Advil definitely kicked in. I feel so much better now. Holy shit. The wonders of modern medicine! Oh, let's split this now. Okay, this song is creepy. I like it though. I just smooth this part. I can. Oh, this is Surge. Oh, huh. Not what I expected. Just do one more here, just so I can vertex. There you go. Not that better. Whoa, that was better. Oh, oops. Just don't want to affect the verts that I just made. Okie dokie. Alright, so now part 1 of the front is like done. 1, 2, split this in half, connect it, split this in half, connect it. Sounds a little spooky. Let's do it this way. Oh shit, this is Valorant and Baby No Money. What the fuck? Kinda crazy. I'm gonna make this up a little bit more. Bring this down a little bit more. And then we have this one, which we're just gonna do this. Same with these guys. Alright, and then the back side, the only thing that I'm really missing here, other than bringing this down a bit. Let's see, let's bring it this part down. Actually, if that's where it sits, I should bring this part up. Yeah. There you go. Let's duplicate this. Oops. Ooh. There you go. There we go. It's a little bit smaller. Same with the ends of this. It's going to be underneath. Bring it in a little bit. Bring it down a little bit more. Okay, and then I'm gonna duplicate this one more time. This is like here to here. Another piece of my styrofoam, my sound stuff just fell off my desk. Or not my desk, my wall. I need to redo that this weekend. Just do one more row. And if I do append polygon. Ew. So weird. Oh, okay, good enough. So now if we're not looking at this, it's a little bit more like this. And this one is a little bit more like this. But let's try to rotate it a bit. Let me look at it from the back view. till I'm rich. Oh yeah, for paste. Oops. Got that. Boom, 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 boom. Now I'm in her room. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I need this one. Oops. It's a little bit lower, I'd say. And then let's do 10. And now we're just gonna bring this back out. Turn this to a live surface. There we go. Got that. Boom, 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 boom. Now I'm in a room. Boom, 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 boom. And now face. Woo! I did it. I did most of it. I just gotta do the front. Oh man. Ah! I don't wanna. I don't wanna, Chan. I don't wanna. Ooh! Oh. There we go. Alrighty. Now I just got to... I think the last part, I am going to have to draw it onto the model. Which is fine. Hold my hand if no one's gone. I'm on my way. The same. Yourself now, first growing an ocean, oh, ocean fear when you are around. Feel the sound. Oh, baby, I am a record. I need you here to stay. And bones that day I found you crying at the lake. Where did I pull you from the tide?
Oh, I know, but no, oh, it's not. Oop, 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 oop. It's past. You can have it. I'm alright when I'm without you. I need you here to stay. On my bones that day I found you. Aha! Yeah, that kind of looks like it. Hog. I'm like kind of confused how this works. I feel like it goes like this. Like there's a thing here, but I can't really tell. When I'm fast asleep, and yes, nursing home, she means me worth it. There was something and there was no. There's nothing without you. My eyes are as a tiny dancer, watching over me, singing she's a lady. Oh boy. Let's start going up, so this needs to go up more. Oh baby, I am a wreck when I'm without you. I need you here to stay. The day I found you, crying at the lake, and to make you worth it. Oops. For you from the time. Okie dokie. After success, relationship. Okay, so like that. And now I have to decide if I want to add the other parts, but I guess I will. I just wanna change, I just wanna change, I just wanna exactly what I want and who I want to be. Oh, machine. Nope. Nope. Nope, get there. Ah! There you go. Was all for fun. Act like I'm the best. TV, no, not very careful. Your possessions will possess you. TV taught me how to feel. Life has no appeal. This one. Exactly what I want and who I want to be. I think that's pretty good. So now if I take this, smooth it out, and then I'm just going to smooth these edges so they're not so rough. And then not exactly even now. Let me fix that. This one here. There we go. I fix this one. I want to be.
talk like a machine. We should just keep it. Yeah, there you go. Okay. This one. This whole. This, okay, let's do this part first, which needs to come. Oops. Come out. It comes out. This part goes like under. Let's make it higher than this. Then lower than this. But then where is it in terms of... this can go lower. Never did know how, never did know how. Pressing on you. Looks pretty good. Can't tell if it has like a thing here or not. I'm gonna say that it does. Wireframe. So we do this one here. This one here. Oh, how never did know how. This should go here. Alrighty. How does she look? She looks good, I think. This is the half. Oh, half torso. Damn. I feel like my description for the books, I'll add more when I can get on my PC. No problem. I'm sorry I saw that late. My bad. Got a little into the whole making this thing. So I apologize. But I'm excited nonetheless. No worries, I'm folding laundry. Was folding laundry one of the chores that you don't like, Kiwi? Or is it one of the ones that you're like cool with? I remember we were talking about chores like the other week, and you were like, does anyone not like X chore? I like folding laundry, personally. Pog. Alright, I've done it. Made the very thin silhouetted version of this. Now what do I want to do? My friend sent me stuff. 36. I forgot what I was thinking about. Oh, right. Do I do the devil? Do I do the devil? Yes. Let me just make this more pointed. All right. Okay. Okay, so my plan, this is the laptop front panel, accent panel. Extract these, and then all these accent straps. This is the arm hole. And then, is there anything? There's this. This is the neck. I don't know what that's called. I don't remember what it's called. The like the neck area, the neck hole. Back strap. Front strap. History free center pivot. Save. The shirt. Oh, I just call it the head hole. It's the collar. Yes, the collar. Thank you. I didn't just want to call it the neck. Yeah. All right. So half of I'm like, why am I hesitating? Why am I not doing the next step? That wasn't so bad. And then I see all the stringy bits, and I'm like, shit. 2 and 1 to go down. Go down. Smooth. Is this the song I think it is? I don't think it's the song that I'm thinking of, but I want to listen to that song anyway. Oh, it's literally called that song. Okay. Alright. Did I do that wrong? Hi, Lane! Are you napped up and locked in? I haven't napped yet. I'm just kind of having some muscle pain that kind of kept me up last night, so haven't napped yet. Because I forgot to pick up my meds. No! Does that mean I have to go back out and get them? Grab them during lunch tomorrow. Sounds good. Oh, you going back to work tomorrow? -1. Oh my god, -1. Oh my god. I'm about to beat myself up. There you go. I have to go in tomorrow and Tuesday to get my holiday pay. Understandable. And I want these to duplicate. And then I'm going to combine them, put them inside out, bridge them, blend them, curve them? I'm pretty sure it's a blend. Okay. Object. Oh shit. Let's do that. Oh, I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller. I think that's pretty good. Wait, do I have scraps? I don't have any. I just realized something, and I have to make sure that I have this, or else I'm gonna be sad. I'm not a weed. I'm not a weed, guys. I have no weed. Which means we can't do high TikToks tomorrow. I mean, I can still do the TikToks tomorrow, I just won't be high. No! Okay, I have to ask my roommate if he has any spare. Spare weed. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I ordered it last Wednesday and it's still not here. Okay. So we don't have the journal. It didn't ship yet because they were out of stock of a flavor! I've been waiting for so long! No! I'm so upset. I'm so upset right now. No, we're funnier when we're inebriated! I think so too. It'll be fine. I think. It's going bad in this crystal ball. Always cloudy except for look into the past. One more time. You be cleaner. Memories, even for the memories. Oh, this is because of the inner versus the outer ring. That's right. Okay. Mayor strings. Numbers. Hotel rooms. Collecting page sick lover. Well, with no drugs, I suppose it's time for me to. No! No, please, Kiwi, don't disappear. Just because I don't have it. Wait, why would you disappear? Wait, why are you disappearing? Kiwi, I'm mildly confused and mildly concerned. Thanks for the memories. It tastes like you, only sweeter. Someone stole your weed? No, I'm out of it. I'm out of it, and I ordered more, but it's not. I don't think it's gonna be here in time because they literally have to do overnight shipping, which I don't think they're gonna do. I don't exist. No, don't say that. I'll have a mental breakdown. Don't say that. I'll have a mental breakdown. I need you here in my life. Kiwi, it is too late. You can't be saying things like this. Get back to me. And then get the shipping. Additional business days for restaurants. Prize. Okay. Oh, I would do it all over. Kiwi, you can't be saying these things to me. Because I will cry and be sad. What's this? I've been leveled up. Now I exist from your belief. Like, yeah. Yeah, dude, if you don't exist, I'll have a mental breakdown. You live in my reality now. I'll live on without you. Even on you. It's true. I was caving on you. That sounds like a threat. Yep. It's unfortunately for you, it very much is. You live in my reality now. Yep. I made those so big. Let me try to fix it. I think these are supposed to be small. How am I supposed to... think that's how it's supposed to reality now. Nope. Okay. And now caving on you. The walls caving on you. On without you. Oh yeah. On without you. I'd like to live in your reality. The moment you set foot in this chat, you live in my reality. And now that you've chatted multiple times, you can't leave. That's how it works here. If you come here repeatedly, that means you stay. We're all figments of your imagination. I'm worried about my own mental health because of that statement, but I have a lot of friends in my imagination. I guess that's not a bad thing in and of itself. Okay, I think that's better. One. There you go. I think is the living version of Slay the Princess. I've never played that game. Is that a good game? Does she also get upset if you try to leave her? Oh, that's a lot bigger than I thought it was. Let's do object. Oh, I think I made it too small. I think that's good. You should play it. It's good and it's good and an existential crisis. Sounds like stress. So I attached a door, but I'm suffering. What happened? What happened? Pookie, please play Slay this. Play it. How long is the game? I'd be willing to play it tomorrow if you guys want. It's not too long. I can guarantee at least 2 hours. Side note, can someone like knock me out for 4 hours so I cannot deal with Unreal Engine? But Unreal Engine's cool! Do you want to see the thing I made in Unreal Engine? Well, the drawer is a bit broken. Aren't we all, though? Aren't we all, though? I know it's how it takes me. Listen, I should have said that. I did that when making my bed frame. Damn. Did you get the bed frame from IKEA? I think she knows. I think she knows. She's making me nervous. She's making me nervous. I think she knows. This was a confident baby. Schmaula. I should have said this and I should have said that. No, confidence. Oops. Let's go first. So confident, baby. Crazy. Might have a little too many of these. I think that's okay. I keep looking at it from this angle. I shouldn't though. God dang it. Making me nervous, she's making me nervous. I think she knows. Bold. There we go. Oops. In a few weeks, the time right before my eyes. If it's what I want to do, only me starting like instead. It's a sweet beginning. I can't tell just what you want. Be alone. To be alone. There you go. This one. That one's pretty good. That one's pretty good. This one needs to go down. Try and stop the fire. Meow.
You don't want to be alone. Oh, I said don't select any of those. There you go. Run it the whole time. The whole time. Okay, so let's do a few more. Laundry is done. Gonna go help my wife make dinner. No problem. Tell wife I say hi. Or don't. You know, it's really up to you. It's your wife, you know. You don't have to do anything I say. I don't know. Wives are pretty cool. I don't know. Yeah, it was just my fucking default response. I love telling everybody I say hi. As you want it the whole time. Nope. Yep, there you go. Oh my god. My left nut is so sad. Very instant. What? Oh, I can't type. Okay, well, I don't want capitals. I want to rig VLT. I want to play Minecraft. I want to work on my lore animation. It's out of my system a bit now. I want to work on my background. Okay, now I'm good. It's not as evenly dispersed as I want it to be. What if I just beep. Right, brought that up. And we take this whole thing. No, this one. And we just bring this up. Grandpa Boffy is popping in to say hi before his curfew. You have a curfew? Oh! Your grandpa. I won't lie. I was going to say that you are old. Happy birthday, everybody. If you can't, please say happy birthday to Kiwi. Or not Kiwi, to Boffy. It is Boffy's birthday today. He is now 30. What was I gonna say? I was gonna call you old, but I don't know, it's creeping up on me too. I'll be 30 in 5 years. Less than that, 4, technically. Happy birthday, thank you. They age instead of you. I don't know. Was this a thing where like the other party needs to consent to it, or is it just like a thing where you can just pick them? Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I misspoke. I'm sorry. I was thinking about Kiwi's wife. I'm sorry. No takes backs? Oh, damn. Damn. How am I gonna break it to Kiwi and Kiwi's wife that Kiwi is now 30? I don't think Kiwi's that old.
I'm 29, season 2. Fuck yeah, brother. Sounds good to me. I mean, what is age but a number at the end of the day, you know? It's just a number for the government to keep track of us unless you are under the age of 18, and in which that in that case you need to know your age. Is this anything? This is the original one. Nothing wrong with being 30. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, 25 is the new, or 30 is the new 25, so I don't see anything wrong with it. I mean, in Korea, I was 30 last year. Isn't it go? Yeah, no, yeah, that's true. You're right. It's true. It's all dependent on how the culture decides on when, because, like, technically so, for those of you who don't know, in Korea, they count the first year that you are in, like, the first 9 months that you're in the womb as, like, a year of your life, I'm pretty sure is how it works. So you're a year older in Korea than you are in, like, any other place, because that's how they count the age. Ew, this is not working the way I want it to. And you age up on New Year's, if I recall. Yes, I think that sounds right. Sounds right to me. It's like Uma Thurman? Umas? Mama passed out. I just wanted to say hi and contribute to my friends' funny numbers. Understandable. I hope you sleep well. Good night, Boof. Have a good birthday. Nobody is amazing. I'll try my best to get myself decrepit self to have fun. What can 30-year-olds do that, like, no one else can do? Like, once you turn 30. I don't know. No, but love y'all, and I'm glad y'all are here for another year of my life. Woohoo! Oh, Boff, next Wednesday, the 10th, you want to play Kleka? Play some Kleka? If you're still here, if not, I'll just DM you. We'll bring to bus. And select drunk. Players playing. I'll be all the time. Hell yeah, brother. Alright, sounds good, brother. I'm pretty sure horses are all given one birthday for Why? Just one? They all share one? But they're obviously not all born on the same day. Why give them one? That's not very nice to give them just one. One was born in the winter and one was born in the summer. Yeah, I'm too lazy to do that any other way. Okay, so boop. Bolder than your shoulder when you begging me alone like you do. Like you do. Ooh. You literally like you want it. How rude. How rude. I'll like it anyway. Oops. Will you come around? Some preparation, join company. Company. Once you know what my love's gonna feel like, nothing else will feel right. You can feel like moonbeam ice cream. The blue jeans dancing at the movies. Does it feel so? Oh, baby, know what you know, what you know. Baby, know, baby, know. What you know, you know. A little hard to get, baby. I wanna give you the world. You gonna chase me. I wouldn't mind it if you gave me just a little bit of something we can work it with. All you do is give me out. I get anyway. I'm getting closer to you every day. You come around. And drama company. Oh baby, watch me. Once you know what I was gonna feel right. You can feel like moonbeam ice cream. Oh baby, I want you know, what you know. Oh baby, know what you know, what you know. You know what I was gonna feel like. Hog. I think that looked pretty good. Ours' official's birthday are January 1st in the Northern Hemisphere and August 1st in the Southern Hemisphere for age-based racing. But why do they have to share a birthday? I don't think that's very fair to the horses. In fact, I think that's very disrespectful to the horses. Pesos. Nothing on the payroll. Like a rumpa pum pum. Rumpa pa pa. Oh, yo, bitch, I feel Cavassier. Okay, there we go. It's a holiday. What is happening? Oh, give me the edge. Rumpa bum bum. Rumpa bum bum. No, no. Bum bum. Oh, it's a little bossy. Maybe on the lay. Okay. Running and 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 running and. Oops. It's too big. That way. That's good. That stays, that stays. Running and 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 time. Oops. Alright, girl. Invert it. Invert it. This guy also goes inwards. Take this part, and we remove them. We flip it. Running and running, running and running and running. Ooh, what the fuck? Yeah, this makes sense. What? I think it's because I have to extract these. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oops. Thank you for the wellness check, Rainer. I hope you're having a lovely day. Oh, and the cheek pap and the check-in from Condemned. Hello. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I've already had in this hologram. Other hand, you just pop up. Don't leave medicines around bird doves. Before the designer clothes. We get enough to think about, get enough and na-na-ba-na-na-na. Champagne, cocaine, gasoline. Thank you for the alert. Oh, as night as he now. Actually, this doesn't go past here. Oh, yeah, it's a hell of a feeling, though. Thanks. You look very human. Yeah, no bones. Sheets in the morning glow. But this is a dream. The neighbor's pool. You are in the beat of sound. Dancing to the frown. On in a wedding gown. And I'm look at it now. Champagne, cocaine, gasoline. Most things in between. Let's walk along. Oh my god, please. Give. On the back. Looks like that. So that means. Take this part of the back. And go down. Who's coloring the gentleman? I'll grow when I try to stand. Thank you for song request. A guy in a chiffon skirt. I make these high heels work. Until I'm again. I'm not drinking drunk, I am. Only him came up. It's a hell of a feeling though. It's a hell of a feeling though. Oops. How is he gonna turn it up? Alright, so this one. Rendering this one. This is going to be lace top underscore. Let me undo these. Let me split these, it'd be easier to do it that way. This one. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Rendering, Windows, rendering, hypershade, assign material, story string, edit little bit of history, improve. Oops. Okie. Rendering this one. Oh, where's that? Is that what I did? HLT, yeah. Okay. I gotta know. Alright. To edge parameter. I don't think. Oh, wait, shit. These ones all have. These ones don't. What are your plans with that weed? Get high, watch TikTok, sleep peacefully. I like to take edibles just to chill out, not think, because I think all the time. Like, my constant state, like I told this to my therapist, but my constant state of thought is, that I have to worry whether ADHD moment always, UV's camera base. I thought I did this already, but I guess I broke it, which is fine. My mental state is always, if I don't worry about it, then something will happen. And that's a lot for me, a lot of the times, because that's a lot of thinking and always being on guard in my brain. So I, take the weed so that way I don't do that. Hands if I could feel I love you more than I could love myself. Goodness, okay. But I forget. Oh, can I love myself? Oh. Okay, that's fine with me. History, free center pivot, UV shells, UV map. Oh yeah, UVs. Cool. Always looking out for how I feel. Who is the one and you're not near? Face. UV planer. Mesh. Transfer attributes. History freeze. Optimize and fold. Oh, berry chainsaw, you're the treat. Often then you're sweet. And that's okay with me. Cool. And I can try, but I won't want someone else. Then show you're the one. I'm more than sure you're the one. I'm more than sure you're the one. Oops. 2 edge perimeter. And so you're the treat. And sweet. That's okay, that's fine with me. Could believe it, best believe it. It could try, but I want someone else. I wasn't sure you're the one. Oops. Please, let me in. Let me in. Oh. Really strong. Don't really need this. So we're never gonna see it. Oops. Okie dokie. Picture, send it out. Virtual insanity. Two edge perimeter. This one. I'll split them in half so they're not too long. That's not bad. Cool. 2 edge perimeter. Make sure that all of them have this. This one does. This one does too. Insanity. 2 edge perimeter. 2 edge perimeter. Boop. 2 edge perimeter. Let's get both. Boop, 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 boop. The bottom one, yep. Boop, boop. Tornado, virtual insanity. Orange shells. Edit, delete all of the history. Huh? Oh. Not bad. Yeah, that makes sense, honestly. Orange shells, yeah, movies. Okay. Alright. What's that? Alright, and then oops. Weird. That's so weird. Get in there. There we go. Oh, what the fuck? If you want my love. Oops. Whoops. Fine. This is so weird. I wanted to sit there. Oof. How does it look on my Ah. Oh, man. Okie dokie. And then the front has, yes, it does. Alrighty. This one. Alright, and then mirror. Oh. Awfully weird. It's okay. This one, mirror. Pretty good. Mirror objects. Edit the object history. Reset. One. And then this one. This is one I forgot to mirror. Oh, same with this one. Reset. 4. Pretty sure, yeah, it all goes behind. Edit, delete all type history, increment and save. So confused why it's saying there's more than there is. Okay. Fine. Let's do metal hoops. Layout UVs. I think I've selected too many objects. Now all the objects want to be on one layer. There we go. There we go. Combine. Mesh display. Make color text. And break time from class. How's class? Are you having a good time? Always don't underscore. Export. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? What? In the world of... I thought that's what it was called. Oh, it's a pa. This one. The world around the... HLT textures. I'm doing alright, doing a lot of code reviews and helping others get their work working. That is a lot of coding, but that means you're doing a good job because you don't have to do... You don't need the help, you know? You're helping others. How many times I've had to close and open Unreal Engine? No computer is happy about that. Thank you for the long happy. Around. Yeah, it's fine. My brain goes, that's not really fine, but I don't really want to make this higher bar. No, cancel operations. Around the world, around the world, around the world, around the... Huh? Oh. Is that the only one that had that problem? It looks like it, okay. The world around the world. That's what I thought. I wonder if I could do UV shell. Do this one. This one? How do I do this? Oh, I can. Oh, wait, okay. This is low. This is UV shell. UV shell. UV shell. UV shell. UV shell.
shell. Shell. Let's do this one first. UV shell. UV shell. Boop, 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 boop. Wait, what happened? Around the world. UV shell. Boop, boop. Boop. Alright. I duplicate. Combine. Boop. Yep. Alright, bake it again. And hopefully it just works out. I think I'll probably use a cotton material and then just a normal metal material. And then we can move on to the next one, which will be a lot faster than this one. Why did I do that? What the fuck? Ew, what the fuck? Oh, is it because I didn't... Goodness. Or was this because I need to unlock things? Looks like it's because I gotta unlock things. So, that's like super confusing. This one. High diffusion, none. Mesh display, set to face. That's just two. Oh, what the heck? Connect. Oh man. Thank you for the check-in trailer. Actually, UV shell. Edit, delete all by type is increment, save. Editor.
I've been thinking that it was the best time to wear a striped sweater. The best time to wear a striped sweater is all the time. Yes. I forgot to do the thing again. Why is it still weird? File new. Just like that by default? Why? Unlock? Hello, Shams. How are you doing? I hope you're well. Thank you for the save check. Let me increment save. There you go. Let me import mesh. For why does it do this? I'm good. I'm glad. Export. Yes. Why? Let's see. Defaults, triangle, animation. Okay, no, it should be good. Select this one. Okay. Have you heard of VB Knows? I know someone who's really into Ivan and Till. I don't know what that is. Okay, now it's saying all the edges are soft. I don't think it's not. Because here it's not. So what if I just a drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel. You think, don't stop, get a drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. I'm feeling nothing, I'm tongue tied. You know what? I'm gonna reset my. There's any. Anything. Alright, so it looks good. Export. Laced up. This one. Oh, they're the ones that. Oh, I've seen that. I've seen a bit of it. I haven't seen a lot of it, but I know a lot of people like it. Little sweet and me try. Yeah, it looks fine in here. Triangles on the edge of model substance maker. In the trunk. Know it. My offers have my time. It's poison. You took my only voice. My perfume.
gradient level fire to extreme for sync or flow. You have to use hard edges or extra loose to hold. Use auto spin the UV breaking pressures in front. Show us the UVs. So I have now the baking results. I now have much better understanding of the importance for shading in high poly and a low poly bake. In the end, so select. Inform. It's happening on both sides. Import into substance object this triangle on since it's alternating. I just could duplicate it and triangulate it so it happens. So my name without the $sign. Substance painter. Just seeing some end guns or signers pixels. What's this one? Set to face. Do that with this one. Okay, that made it worse. Let me add a one. Out the $1,000. Export. What if that's the problem? Nope. Interface machines and guns. You want to react with OBJ or something that import should know. Export. Oh man. Okay. So is that what it looks like? Yes, it is. Okay. Easier up with a good time. Name without the $sign. Okay, cool. I don't know why that wasn't working. Now I know why. Export. I'm back. Welcome back. How was dinner? Now there should be a lake. Goodness gracious, that sucked monkey balls. That's alright. Okay. I could hear my nephew happily screaming while eating his enchiladas. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. Okay, button. This pen, wait for me. What does the thing look like? Oh no, I was right. Cotton looked like it. Accurate. Just do triplanar projection. I want the height to be less. And the colors be white. And this one could literally be anything. Sarai, feeling takes across the land. It took way too long. Damn, let me cop some of that. Wait, that reminds me of yours assassin dress. That's valid. It's a little more lacy though, I think. And enchiladas are good. Now texture select. And then this is going to be... Nope. I love this song. Put them in the... Oh! Beep. Oh! Save as... Indeed. Oh, see. Ah, my braid. Isn't it? It's such a good song. When you bonk at the brain cell, does it jumpstart it or percussive maintenance? Both. It depends. If it's dying, it jumpstarts it. If it's too powerful, it kind of just tames it back down, you know? Salty.
Oh, that's not expected to follow it up, to be honest. This one I should only need to render one. Girl in town. What was this? This was... This one is color metallic, and then color metallic, roughness. Oops. Please follow out. Okay. Okay, I can see it. It's just hard. Ooh, sparky blurry stuff. Ooh. I just can't show this stuff. This stuff I'm not allowed to show because I signed an NDA. I think. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm pretty sure. How did that turn out? The boopis. Thank you for the boopis. Ah. I'll do the front and the back one. 135.
train you like machines do. And I'm just keeping an eye. Machines do. You know you're better than this. I got your heart in a headlock. A, B, C, D, E, F, this one. Too safe. You're better than this. Heart in a headlock. Oops. Stop. I keep almost clicking the wrong button. Ugh. This one should be super easy. Like an eternity since I had you here with me. Since I had to learn to be what other project had a very similar thing? Was it this one? No. One of the previous ones. I think it might have been the one I fixed today. No, it wasn't the one I fixed today either. Was it one of the previous ones? It was one of the previous ones. It was this one. Yep. Yep. By open scene. That was the, what was it called? Beaded. This one. Eesh. Oh no, what it feels like an eternity since I had you here with me. Since I had to learn to be someone you don't know. You in paradise. Oh, it's not. File, save scene as. Gem cut. Endless night, it's a starless sky, it's a I call home. I'm trying to find a song, but all I can remember is that I used to play it all the time, and it was in A and B's. Yikes, maybe start with what the anime was that the A and B was about. You can do it that way. I had you here with me, since I had to learn to be someone you don't know. To be with you in paradise, what I wouldn't sacrifice. Have to chase the light, somewhere I can go. And walk this world. Just give me one of them. That one's fine. It's a cute top. I think the gems on it. World.
it in half. Oh. Okay, and then we remove this top piece. This piece. This piece. Yeah. Boop. Boop, boop. I'm gone, city, and moving to Saskatchewan. With no oh my god. Oops. Oh, I did this wrong. Oops, no. Oop. Think this part just gotta go here. Time. It's pretty thin. Sorry. There we go. Yeah. Oops. I feel like this part needs to come down. I don't know why. Still have self-esteem. Time in country. I need a place just. Thank you for the boop. Hello. I hope we're having a good day. I'm just working. Hello. Okay, you could live a real life. How do I hold on to this sharpness? Hold on, wait. These. I just want to be happy. How do I put this on here without it losing its shape, you son of a bitch? Well, not like that, I'll tell you it. Wanna say the band was a 2000 pop punk? It wouldn't happen to be You're Gonna Go Far, kid, would it? That's the only one I can think of that's like in that AMV era of things. Show me how to like better all the time. But I never should have seen. Said too many things I didn't mean. Oh, not that one. Damn it. Okay, well that's that's the only one I know personally. So I think the band was British. Got me beat on that one, Chief. Unless it was Angel with a Shotgun, which I know isn't British, but you know, it's what I got, you know. I don't really know. If you can tell me the anime, I could probably help you find it. But if you don't know the anime, we're a little lost. I want this to be smoothed out. Why is it weird? You know what? I have an idea. So I'm gonna have to do this anyway. Darling, let me put my lips to something. Let me. It was used for a few AMVs and most were complicated. That's valid. Remember, it was listing European places. Okay, hold on. Alright, British band song about European places. Look at this Reddit post. Money, money, money. Could it possibly be this one? Just give it 10 years to load. But in a blaze of glory, I can't hear you. I don't. This one's pretty AMV. Is it this one? Broken heart. You know if it was that one. Nah, but close 5 shit. Could have been by the same band, maybe? I don't remember any other AMV songs. I don't think I watched a lot of them. that had a varied amount of songs, to be honest. It's the right size. Almost. Oops. It was the same kind of vibes as Dragon Dinte 2. Okay, I'm gonna hop in, boop the cutie and leave but now I gotta know what the song is we're looking for. Okay, so we're looking for a song that went with an anime music video that seems to be 2000s pop punk or pop rock that was maybe by a British band listing European places. I feel like that's pretty specific. 2000s British band with song about naming places. I've heard about the Okay, maybe a song about naming about European places. I'm finding a Europe song from the early 2000s that I used to watch in the years. Okay, what about this song? It's gonna be another one of those where it doesn't start right away. This is probably not it. Less Club. Okay, that's what I thought. This doesn't feel like it either. Okay, so let me rewrite this. I think Coldplay would take you in the right direction. Oh, there is Coldplay. I'm thinking it's The Offspring, bro. The Offspring used to be used in a lot of like Coldplay. Do you even remember what anime the AMV was for? 2000s pop. British band. What this one? Oh, it's not what I was thinking it was. They're the compilation. Oh, so they had multiple. Whoa. Okay. Do you remember any of the anime that was in it? Because otherwise, I might. Hold on. Probably war ones. Understandable. Okay. We're gonna go through a list. I'm also blurring my screen because I realized when we watched Jiraiya's death on Twitch, it copyright striked me. So I don't think it's this one. Wait. It wouldn't be this one, right? This one was used a lot too. But this is not punk. Oof. Maybe not that one. What about this one? What? Well, that one we just listened to, okay. What about this one? This is War similar? Fuck. Okay. What about this one? This one's also clubby though. He's naming stuff though. Wait, it's too clubby though, isn't it? Oh, I'm listening to that one. That just can't be the song. No, literally, I just no. What the fuck? This is not similar to the song. About this one. This one's too slow. No. AMV. Do you know what year you would listen to it? Did you find it? Oh, what the? AMV compilation. Oh. This one? That one's sad. Nope, it's not that one. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, ba. Kiwi's restarting his internet, so I don't have any more ideas of what it could be. I'm gonna look it up for 2014 though, because 2014 had a lot of ones. Making a list. I don't think it's that one. Is it this one? Take the world back from a heart attack. I actually want to listen to that song. Oops. Nope. Nope. No, you are not. You're gonna play the Phoenix. Oh, my eyeball itches. This has a list of them. Alright, I'm gonna pause while Kiwi gets his internet back. Time we can take it back. When you're waiting for the song to start. I'm just like a remix. Like a remix. Sorry. I'll put it on there. Gonna change you like a phoenix. Like a phoenix. That metal attack. Yeah, got a time we can take it back. To the beat of your heart. Your blood, doesn't it feel like the whole time is running out? I'm gonna chase you. Phoenix. The Phoenix. There's a thing. Nothing look a little bit around me. Angel. Phoenix. Curves detach. Whoa, face. What is one? Oof. Let's do like 10. There we go. Yeah, doesn't it feel? Control vertex. Is hurting. It's a little. It's all Alright, guys, back. Welcome back. Do any of the others? Do you remember any of the lyrics by any chance? Like, even like a word or two? Or easy, just use, what the fuck was it called? What the fuck was that thing called? That app where if you sing into it, you could like find the songs and stuff? Do that one. I had to restart the PC. Understandable. What time? All I remember is I think something from Waterloo. Okay. Oh, what was him? Oh.
Dude, let's kill the horse.
Let's kill the horse.
Peanut butter jelly the long
way.
Peanut butter
The
jelly
long way. Hi, Cole! Tonight's stream. How to make your 3D partner puppet. What? Song. Okay, what about this one? Maybe it's this one? I don't know. That's not it. I don't think that's it. That body looks very 70s generic articulated doll shape. It is. It's my base model that I have to use for worky. Caps. Split this in half, I think. I think I had too many. Cheese never go. Form. Oh, my headset's falling. More like Viva La Vida Kiwi. Shit, my headset's falling off. There's more spaces between this.
Invite to be VOD. Okay, what about... Let's play it on here. Okay, what about this one? Is one too slow? Right temp? But it's not it, okay. Wait! Wait. It's probably not it either. Hold on, we'll try this one first. Okay, what about this one? Okay. What about this one? Okay, what about this one? I feel like it's not that one. Honestly, this just makes me want to listen to a song of My Chemical Romance. Trying to think where else we could look. Because it's hard because we don't know what anime, because it was an anime compilation. It makes it harder for us to, like, figure out whether it was, like, what it was, in my opinion. The album had a bronze theme. The album color had a bronze theme, okay. The album... You open up your mouth. Say it for the girl. Say it for the girls. Tell me say it for the... Was it a female or male singer? Male, okay. Tomorrow brings. It had a nightcore, daycore version too. Okay. Okay, let's try this song. What about this one, Kiwi?
Okay. He didn't immediately say yes, so it's probably not that one. There's more rock. Okay, okay, okay. More rock. Okay, okay. What? This one says it's more rock. Okay. Let's try this one. This doesn't feel AMV. What about this one? This one's hard to listen to because it's live. What about this one? I feel like this one isn't it either. Not this one. What about this one, Kiwi? I don't know if that one maybe could have been the one, maybe? Oops. Trying to think of what else it could be. While also making sure I'm working on stuff. 45 minutes and I am free. 45 minutes I am free. Just gotta put... If you do good, I can send you a hug. If you want, I can blow kisses as well. No, I think I had the same vibe. Okay. Oops. Bro. I'm not finding anything, Kiwi, personally. I keep coming up with this band, but I don't know if any of their songs are the ones that you're looking for. Sounds good. I believe in you. We'll listen to it on blast, full blast, when you figure out what it is. CCT. Oops. Well, modify, convert, smooth mesh preview to polygons, history crease, export. My eyeball itches. Ow. Gem clap. Okay. Fit in. Oh, I didn't update this. Frick. Hold on. Let me grab this. Right there. I have to fix something with my video editing com, and then we can do art. Let's do this one. Triplanar. Get white.
Two. Nope. Cotton. Okay, this one's correct. This one's wrong. That's my bad. And then this would be this. Opacity. Silver would have chrome. Right? That's the color markers? Yeah. Close enough. This one, texture select. Gotta get the right one. I don't know you at all. Gem cut top. What I thought. Oh no. Save. $90. Tell me it was serious. Was serious. Open the door. No one's at the door. Object. Open the door. Go. Making this the FBX. Wow, save some ads. You gotta go into here. Boop, boop. I love Marina. Metallic roughness. Diamonds. Metallic. Only I want. Must Unforgivable. And this one, and this one, is for gem cut crop top underscore 1. Take over the chateau. Oops. I still say you love so everybody. Cracking your bed. Live the attack and do it my way. I do what I like. Live the Italian dream and it set me celebrate tonight. The sun up on the road. Just in you up. Give fuck. Feels good to get this done. Close group. I just gotta go put what I did today in Slack. Oh, I still need that folder though. It goes at the end. Okay. Let's go. How's Mew doing? Mew playing Silent Hill. Let's see. Oh, my eye itches like a bitch. Alright. Need to be the one with the new addiction. Ooh, big girl, call me hot, not pretty. Baby, don't you like this? I'm gonna be a little guy for a little bit. Oh, free. Hi. Oh, shit.
Hello.
I can touch your toes. Okay, now I just gotta edit one thing. TTRGO, you can take her to go. Let's watch cow. Hurts my feelings. And where come with me? And what let me how? No. Function. It's hard to go. Alright. I think they just want this to be longer. I can't hear it. Ooh. Beep. Let's see. So the cow appears here. Okie dokie. Download this one, 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 this one. We need a filter. We need to 3D. 3D here. Oh, there we go. This one, and then it bigger. And then once again, bigger. Let me just send this out just a little bit. Okay. All fixed. All fixed. And now, what I want to do now. I don't really want a video edit, so I think we're gonna go in and mess with VLT. Okay, so file, save as. This is live 2D. Right. Sketch. Rasterize all layers in Affinity Designer. Layers. Oh, it was already rasterized. Moisturize. I'm gonna do facing me, facing me. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna do this one twice. Moisturize. I don't know if I'll need these. So moisturize. Moisturize. There we go. And it is done. He is rasterized. Save. I want to change the document size though. I'm just gonna give it a little bit more room for stuff. Save. Export as PSD. Export. Alright. Where? Okay. You should only export BLT4. Oh, I should tell Kiwi that I shortened him. Downloads. Not downloads. Oh. Yes. Oh. I'm all popped up now. I'm ready. Oh, wait. Oh. Nope. BLT version 4. Okay, this will be the file save as. Wait. background so I can see. This one, okay. I need a new folder. How do I make a folder? Let's see how. Dun, 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 dun. Mouth open, his body and his head. His angle XYZ goes with the head, and the body XYZ goes with the body to breathe. The mouth open. The eyes open, even though he opens them at the same time. I want him to be able to open one at a time. Isn't that right, BLT? Do you like your new upgraded body? I have molded you. Oh, I have to do all the... No, BLT, no, I have to do all the meshing. BLT, no. I don't wanna. BLT, I don't really wanna.
I'm full of mold?
What full of mold? What? Mold? Mold? Nani? Mold? No. Take that one, this one. This one. I'm asking if you liked your new body, buddy. Mostly. Oh, yeah, that one's good. Is it? These ones also will have... it doesn't need the clipping. Boop, boop. Okay. Okie dokie. Underbelly. 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 VLT, I don't wanna mesh you. I don't want to mesh you. You really don't wanna, cause that takes so long. Oh fuck, I forgot. I need to do a cooking on this as well. Boop, boop. Okay. Now your feet are all good. Okay, we're gonna do the easy ones first. Alright? Angle. Okie dokie. Auto connect. This one. That's fine. It'll probably, that's okay. I will resize this. You don't need the outmost ones. I really think that you only need the inner 4. And then hand out, oh baby. Okay. Actually, no, let's go back to this one. Begging you. Hand out, baby. You're an adorable kitty cow. Holy moly. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I decided to be small for a little bit. Are you saying that I'm not adorable normally? Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. You telling me I'm not adorable all the time? I'm a little offended. I am a slight bit offended that you would what's the word? I don't know if I can handle the truth. Wait, I don't know if I can handle the truth. I don't know if I can handle the truth. I don't know. Maybe throw it at me. I'm scared. Throw it at me. I gotta know. Gotta know. You have to tell me. How will we be happy in this lifetime if you don't tell me? Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. How will I know? Is the outfit? Head. Huh? Cancel? Outfit toggle. What? What? Oh, okay. I can handle. I can handle the truth. Thank you. Beautiful, gorgeous. Normally, you were. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My day has been made. I do not feel bad now. Cancel. Why is it applying it to 7 things, my guy? Only. Okay. What? You are about to assign 7 parameters to the object? Hello? Oh. What have you done? Why did you do this? I only wanted it on this one. Rose being facts. Nope. I like it. I like it. You guys are. Duplicate. Edit. This one is going to be outfit item code. Item problem. Wait, no, I have to duplicate it. Oh no, I forgot one. Shit. Oh. Actually, it could just go with outfit to be. Could it though? I don't think it can. me look at him. Let me look at my little fellow. I think that's how it would go. And instead of this being item, this would be yeah, I don't know how I want to do that actually. I don't think I want that. Yeah, anywho. Outfit. This one. Item. This one. Hat. This one. Chimkin. Zero. Ooh. Item. Hat toggle. Replicate. Edit. Chimkin toggle. Okay, so boop, boop, boop. Hat at 0, it's off. Chicken at 0, it is off. Okay, and then these are references. These are just references. Where? Actually, this one. Create. Flip left side. Flip right side. This would be. I don't know about that yet. This one. Put left. Ooh. Oh no, that's right. It's complete. Out of 6 obsession. I'm thinking it in my dreams. Underbelly. This is just the underbelly. Create. Huh? Oh. Alright. Oh shit. I was doing it wrong. Create. There you go. Now we're doing it right. Let me start turning things off though. I'm not crazy. I'm not hazy. Wait. Create. This one. Create. People say the rush is worth the price I pay. Gets so high when you're with. let's create. Oh, just want to say head. Boop. Okay. Right. I left. Accent. This is the mouth. Home in your pocket, are you just happy to see me? You amuse me. Duty. Me, it's sexy. You make it sexy. A cutie, duty. I think this should be the 6 feet. There you go. You're on duty. A cutie, you're on duty. Okay. My brain was confused for a second. Okay, no, we're good. Sexy. Alright, it's not going on top of it. Go on top of it. There you go. Wow. Like they do in Texas, please. Show him what I've got. Whoa! Put this over here. Can't remember. Oh, he's gotta love nobody. Okay. Everything on. Okay. We'll toggle that. We'll lock this, lock this, lock this. Okay. What do I want to start with? Let's do the mouth. Oh. Okay, there you go. Poker face. Poker face, poker face. Okie dokie, mouth open.
I forgot that I like it when his mouth closes because it's fucking.
Poker face. You can read my poker face. He ain't gotta love nobody. My poker face. He gonna love nobody.
Shit, that's too funny. I'm gonna exaggerate this just a little bit though.
I know you can read my poker face. And I can't remind, no, you can read my poker face.
Okay. I'm done.
Poker face. Pop, poker face, poker face. I'm gonna lock that one for now. Poker face, poker face. I forgot that these need to clip in here. Poker face, poker face. Okay. Open. Was that one? Did you blink? I guess that's fine. Alright. The day A. Hi Vex! How was class? Did you have a good time in class? Okay. I think that's how big it is. Should have closed them at the same time, actually. Oh, edit, redo. Edit. Okay, cool. Class was okay, but I went kayaking and had a really good fish sandwich. I posted pics. Oh, posted pics. Oh, fuck, brother. That looks so good. Oh my goodness. Look at that sandwich. Oh my god. Oh, I accidentally clicked that one, but that was all the same. Ooh, very lovely. Thank you for sharing. Oh my god, that's so cool. Maybe another boy. That was supposed to be IL. Also, every picture is in the city of Detroit. Shit, I guess you can have nice shit in Detroit. I can have nice shit in Detroit. Look at you, Vex. I'm so glad that you had a good day. Do, 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 do. I did this wrong, I see. I gotta change. Nope. Nope. Adjust. 1, 0. There you go. This one. 0.
See, that's what I've been saying. I'm just charging my phone for a bit before I get ice cream. What kind of ice cream are you gonna get? What kind of ice cream are you gonna get? What's that so slow? Also, I forgot what's my favorite place? What is that? Oh, I see, I did this wrong. I don't know, we shall see. Sounds good. I'm excited. I hope it's yummy. This looks good. He closed his eyes. What's he posing? Yep, looking good, looking good. Thank you for head pat. Is you done with your meeting? Is you done with your meeting, Pixel? I keep clicking the wrong one. Okay. I'm saying I'm a macrosa. Actually. Eyebrow R. Eyebrow L. And then these two come down. Huh? What? That good for the head pad. Posing. Yeah. We have one thing we need to figure out still, but we need a break and to finish the last bit of the reference document, so we'll continue after. That sounds good. Okay, so that's good. His mouth open, his eyes open. Now we gotta do the highlight jiggles. Replicate parameter, edit parameter. Highlight 1. Replicate. Edit. And this is going to be 2. Have fun getting ice cream. Better send pics. Oh, Pixels, can I have some ice cream? Am I allowed to have ice cream not at night? Am I allowed ice cream? Can I have? What eye is this? This is the right eye. Okay. So this one. That is this one. And then this one. Okay, and physics. And there you go. If you say no, I will walk across the country. You gave me ice cream. I gave me a small amount though. That's fine. I don't want to ruin my dinner. Thank you. Now I'm out of class. Time for me to hydrate and not die of a headache. Yes, please, 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 please. I have vanilla bean gelato now. Yum, yum, yum. Ugh. I'm gonna take my brace off. I was wearing it to hopefully ease the pain of my neck. A little late for classes, nah. Nah, dude. Some classes get out, like, when I was in college, some classes would get out, like, 10 at night, man. It all just depended on when the class started. Some classes would go on for an hour, some would be for 30 minutes. It's only 10 p.m.? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Because, like, 10 p.m. 10 p.m.'s not that bad for classes. Night classes even, yeah. It's only 7 p.m. here. But Canadian's in that EST time zone, so I think he's actually similar time zone to you, Vexed, I believe. Oh, shit. 7. You subtract 3. Where is it? Physics 1. Okay. So now. Oh, I didn't up the scale. Yeah, it should be. So what about 20? My best friend lives in Southern Cali, so I'm used to calculating PST time zone from EST. That's valid. Oof! I'm glad I got out of the way before the wind picked up. Yeah, that would've been spooky. Oh. Oh, that's what's 100. Position. Oh, this one doesn't have the 20 on it, though. What? There we go. Fuck, spooky. I would have flipped that bitch. That's still technically spooky. Technically still spooky. Wow. Look at that twinkle in his eye, jiggle. Okay, wait. Do it again. Oh, that's fine. What's in Lego? I like it. Is this not even? Maybe a little bit. Let's say global. Damn, the music is bumping. I know. It's the hot ticket right now, ain't it? That's what happens when you hang out in here. We got bumping music, obviously. This one? I see. Ooh. Oh, this guy. Not really squishing all that much, buddy. Alright, now I want this guy to squish. And we go opposite, and then opposite. Oh, wait, we didn't do this one. And flat. And go across. There we go. And then you get stretched. Link 'em balls. Okay, cool. 2 is a stretch inwards. Nope. Yep. This way. Yeah. And now if we go to posing. There you go. Yeah, there we go. But I think iPhysics1 needs me to do both 20. Why does that After Effect happen so much more? 20 input, 100. I don't know. They're out of ice cream! I'm sorry. Well, I hope you have good cookies. Oh, I'm insensitive. You ask me why you say that. I'm villain. Asshole. Play me as a villain. Yeah, that's good. Okay. That cookie yummy. What kind of cookie? What kind of cookie? Alright. This is face. Create face. Angle XYZ X. Reflect? What the heck? Huh? What? Hello, my friend. How are you doing? How was your stream? How was the Elden Ring? Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. Hello, Berserk Dark Cacao. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you had a wonderful stream. What did you do in Elden Ring? We are currently rigging up a new version of my DTS mascot. Yes, we are. His name is BLT, and he's here to say hello. How's it going? If you had a good time. If you don't know me, hi, I'm Elaine. I'm gonna cry as well. So cute, and so is this art. Thank you. I was feeling like being a little guy while I focused up. Now I can just be cute and jiggly. Unearthed Quasar, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. If you don't know me, I'm Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow. I do video editing, game development, and anything I can get my grubby little mitts on. Thank you for the check-ins, everyone. Damn, Elaine is the new rap god. No. Doodlebug123, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I'm trying to reflect motion. I'll do the thing. It didn't do the thing. Oh my god, next star. Thank you for the follow and thank you for the chicken. Oh my god, look at all these. Hello, babies. Hello. Welcome on in. I hope you all had a wonderful day. You guys have a good time? You guys have a good time? You guys have fun? You guys have fun? Thank you, thank you. Wow, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. Wow, look at you guys. Oh, come on in. Currently, we're rigging this little guy. I'm a very baby at rigging, but you know, we get there. We get there good. Is this Connor Price? If his alternative name is Baby No Money, then yes. Or Rich Brian. Rich Brian is, but I'm pretty sure his name is just Rich Brian. Welcome on in, everybody. Nope, okay. I tried. Meh. I have 50 urges to squeeze you. Do it. I'm indestructible. I'm like a squishy bouncy ball. There we go. Now his face is all faced up. Synthesize corners. Okay. Connor Price is a good artist. I feel like I've heard that name before. So I don't doubt you. I don't doubt you. 100% recommend. Nope. Yeah. I mean, hey, listen on up. In here, we have song recommendations only for 500 milk bucks. For the low price of 500 milk bucks, you can play here anything on Spotify on my stream. Thank you for the head pack. Thank you. I'm trying to think. Because little boyo face look left and right, but when look left and right, I think I gotta do the thing with the face. This one. Right, yes. Oh my god, Sam Bryso. Oh my god, thank you. Urge has been satisfied. Poggin. We'll work out vibe, chat. Well, yeah, I hope Cordy had a good time. I hope you guys have a good time being here. No, this is something I want you to check out on your own. It's just an artist I'm listening to. No, that's fine. Connor Price. Boop. I put it in my notes. In my Discord. I love this band. Yeah. I'm listening to you harp about some new. I don't know if I've squished his left eye a little bit too much. I think I might have. I hope you all had a really good day, though. God, I love doing duets as a song with my friend. Hell yeah. I think this side doesn't get. Oh, there's new stuff in there that I didn't notice. I thought you could grab multiple. I guess not. Yeah, feel free to tell me about your day. If you had a rough day, please feel free to tell me about it. Did you have class today? Quite a few people in my chat had class today. So I gotta hear about that. I feel. Check. Did I do the right song? Okay. I just wanted to make sure because it looked like I didn't. I'm telling you today. Fuck you, Spotify. I want more Baby No Money. Understandable. Okay, does this look weird? No. I actually think that looks pretty good. Okay, now can we reflect this? Reflect vertically, angle -30. Okay. Yes! Okay, good song choice, on God. 1, 8, time. Out of line. Without the $sign. This has Iron Mouse in it. It does! You are correct! 1800. He's a hero. 1800. that right? Did I do that right? It's like right before it. Yeah. Alright, and then... Wait, do we put a link in for Spotify for song requests? You can put a link, or you can put the song title, like the artist and the name of the song. The only thing is that the bot may be like, may not pick the right song because it's searching through text and not links. So, but I'll fix it for you for free. So, I tried dancing to it and fully ate shit. Okay, back to dancing. Fuck yeah. The link is more reliable. Yeah, that was a way better way of putting it. Welcome on in, Luxy Love. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. BLT, how do you look up? When you look up 1800, he's so handsome, he's our hero. 1800, no problem. And then the mouth. Oops. Yay. I think that is correct. I've just synthesized the corners, but I think that's right. Fuck this shit up for me. Earlier, we were listening to a song and I just kind of kept doing, "Don't fuck this shit up for me. Don't fuck this shit up for me." Hey, a good time. Love me out alone. These corners. Oh. 1800 synthesize corners. Synthesize corners. I think this one needs to get synthesized again. Yeah, there we go. What word? The word is grit, because I was having muscle spasms today, and I was tweaking. But I'm still here streaming. Probably for 8 hours, because I'm here every day for 8 hours. Unless, except for Fridays, though. Fridays, we don't always go for 8. Well, no, we do, because when we watch TikToks, it usually tends to go to 10, so. It's okay. The throne, I didn't know how to believe I was the queen I was meant to be. His face is so good. Play both sides now, I'm gonna find my own way. Alright. I guess we'll do the head next. Yes, we love K-pop Demon Hunters here. I'm done hiding now, I'm shining like I'm born to be. This one. I think yes, this is correct. Thank you for the song request. Is this a song? Is this a song? Did you find the song? Did you find the song? Is this a song? Oh, is this a song? Not the song, but I forgot this banger. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, that's no valid. For those of you who don't know, Kiwi was looking for a song from an anime that he was looking for, but he'll find it yet. These are different colors! I don't care. Oh man, I didn't realize. Nagi Moon Goddess. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god, his arms and his ears are different colors! I don't want to fix that right now. I really don't want to fix it. It's fine. Okay. I don't want to fix it right now. You can't even really tell unless you're this close. His little flippy thing is also a different color on the outline, but that's more fine. We are going to remove these and put them up here. Lock them and turn them off and why can't I put them somewhere else? We're gonna be golden, we're gonna be. Okay, because I don't think that I them to be split because of the way, because his ear is covering him when he looks to the right. His ear's gonna cover it, so. Oh no. Anyway, sadly I gotta go. I hope everyone has a nice stream. Thank you. I hope you have a lovely eep. Good night. Good night. Oh shit, if we're gonna listen to Mariana's Friends, we gotta listen to Desperate Measures. Money into one shot. There we go. Oh, I didn't separate them. Shit. Shit. It might be okay. Maybe. Shine. This is a good song. I remember I had a friend in middle school that showed me this song in this band. Okay, we can undo this. We'll do this one. I could have sworn you could like move multiple of these, but I guess not. Stutter, did I? Oh my gosh, I want to say about Shoki, thank you! This is my little version of me when I feel like just being a little guy. Which I currently feel like being a little guy. Oh, I just realized BLT head is gonna move. It's gonna warp differently than what I'm normally used to, which is fine. It's a mood, lol. That's me with my snow leopard. I found it. That's cool that you're a snow leopard. I like the cats. Does this look okay? No, because this part is like moving too far forward. So it kind of looks like he's... Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be, right? Yeah. Stutter, did I? You weren't supposed to go up. Ah, so when he goes left, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna wash all the river water off. Sounds good. I think it'll be these two. Make a heart throb out of me, the bit of minor surgery. Desperate measures, hope for desperate measure. Or you something to cry about, and it would be cachet now. You would risk it to desperate measure now. First was kind of last ditch. Just
Not the boss, baby. Oops, hold on. Set default. Why does it keep going down? I want his cheek to stay up. I guess this is why I split it. But that doesn't really make sense. Hold on. Let's do this. 6 of my American dream. I've been swallow all your dreams. First that, first this. I got a last stitch. What kind of drastic? Mac is a motherfucker. Let's see this really quick. I put this on and turn this off. Thank you for the song request. You're right, I wanted you. Okay, I think actually put that back. Go to the left. But let's modify the geometry of these. Oops. Oops. I got you right where I wanted you. That doesn't seem right. Got you right where I wanted you. And for this was so long. What is this song? This song is Desperate Measures by Mariana Trench. Boop. Let's see, maybe if we squish this a bit more. Okay, that might be better. Because when you turn to the right... Okay, technically, this part squishes in a bit. And then this part extends a bit. Wish this tag would go away. There we go. Yeah, that looks right, but this doesn't. Disappear. Just disappear. Okay, how is that? It's like his face is drooping. Stop drooping. Don't droop, my boy. Don't droop. You're not old yet. Alright, can I reflect this much more? Me turn his body off. His little arms. Boop, boop. There's a little underbelly. Boop.
No. I'll just disappear. What would help a lot is if I moved this like it's supposed to be. And then this way. Just to go this way. Okay, I gotta modify his head. I'm gonna just be sitting here all day just messing with his little head and dancing to songs. I just disappear. I have to fix that. Okay, few things I need to fix. So looking at this, that's fine. Except for this. Ooh, not you. Oopsie daisies. Thank you for the head pappy though. I think it be these two that are off. I would take this and maybe not. Not. Oh. There we go. I wanna pop right now. I wanna rock right now. Ooh, right there. There. Wanna dance, I wanna dance in the light. I wanna rock your body. There we go. And then we scoot this guy. I think that's pretty good for the left and right. Rock that body, rock that body. Left, right. There needs to be a minor tweak right there. I can't see what I'm doing because I don't have a mouse. Mouse? There you go. Right there. Yeah. Alright, let me just modify that, dude. I think I want to be here. There we go. And this we have to bring back. And now let's look at it. Left. Right. Music and rock your body, rock your body. Fucking shit. Come on, rock that body. Okay, so now when he looks up, pretty sure what happens is this comes down, but this moves up at the same time. You can be big bones if you like the one. And me with no appetite. Wait. If normal? Okay, then this guy's gotta go like, ooh, shit. So It's supposed to be like this. I dance I wanna dance in the rain. Yeah, basically. But I can't have it go all the way up like that because it distorts the sides. But if it distorts the sides, is he just not able to look up that far? Maybe let's start with the down angle first. Rock that body. Come on, rock that body. Oh, 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 oh. I want his chubby little cheeks. I want his chubby little cheeks. No, not those ones. How about these? No. This one and this one, maybe? Go up. And maybe these two. Why are you weird? Oh, because you're different. There you go. Shit! I did all that, and I forgot to... Okay, I did all that, and I forgot to mark the thing for it. Oh, that's one, okay. Minus, add, boop. Oops. And then... There we go. And we get these sides. Bring it on a little bit. So now when little guy looks down, yeah. And now when little guy looks up, he look up too much. He definitely looks up too much. Yeah, there you go. There we go. So now maybe we can up it a little bit more. Maybe like this area. Oop. Do not take the whole center. There we go. Maybe you can look a bit more like that. That way his face can go up a bit more. There we go, that's about equal. And now the only thing we need to fix is this weird crimping that is happening here. Probably because I could bring these down? Smooth it back out. I think it's actually no. Oh, you're gonna piss me off. There we go. For you. Okay. Oddly enough, I wonder if the head birthmark should have been on face. Maybe not. Think that's good. Oh, the way you can stop if it's all for you. Which one? It's time to. Whoa! What the fuck? How did I do that? I'm not shining. You almost shocking I ever knew. Ooh. Reasons why I need somebody new. Like you. There we go. That looked right. There we go. Can you believe, in chat, can you believe that I have rigged 4 of these? 4 of these guys? Right? 4? We had this one. And then we had this one. And then we had this one, which you see on screen down here, and this little guy. And I have this one. I think I've gotten better at it every time, though. To be fair, I think I plan a bit more every time. So. And if anybody ever asks me, Elaine, how are you doing that? Oh, that would be such a hard question to answer because I don't actually know what I'm doing. Look at these. What's life is more than just a redo. Wait. Oh, it does. Okay, wait now. What's up here? It's a good song, man. For sure, yeah. Thank you. Oh my god, please. Yeah. I don't like that there's something going on right here. Oops. Oh, please. Alright, there you go. Oh, he woke up. Angle. Okay. And then when he looks down, it's Gonna go sleep. Good night. Go, we're ready. Give it a focus. Live without you, but this world keeps on turning. If you thank you for the bone kiss. I hope you have a lovely night. I hope you sleep well, Shabby. Good night, Shabby. Thank you for the work. This house a figment of illusion. Oh, reset. Backpack. Running out, it's running out. I don't, I can't live without you. But this world keeps on turning. Do corners. I found it. What song is that? Oh my god, please. What? Oh shit, did I not? Huh. Good job on finding it. That did not work. I'm curious about something now. Stop! Kiwi. Kiwi, you heathen. No! He's made out of chocolate, he'd melt. I told you the rusty messenger was. I know. I even told Pixels. I know what he's gonna tell me. He's gonna say that it looks like old Tenga doll. You bitch. Oops. No, this is not the song I thought it was gonna be, but you know, kind of a banger. Not gonna lie. If anything, it's another Requiem of Dream by Avenged Sevenfold or Epic Game Music. That makes sense. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right. That doesn't feel right. That's not right either. Why is this wrong? Like that. I'm so happy that you found this song, Kiwi. Is this face not? Why is this face? Face? Why does this seem weird? I think I know why. Feels forgotten. Living. It's days are forgotten. And all you need. Why does this seem weird? Let me go back. The only one, did you mean that I'm just one around? Around. Me nothing. Would you like the way it? Why do you so? Oh, that makes sense. That makes more sense than what I said. We can have something. What did his head get so deformed? Ew, why is it weird? I think this looks weird. Yeah, hold on, let me redo this. Okay, so this one. It's not wasted. You had to look for it, in my opinion. It's a have to. You're gonna sit here and you're gonna tell me that it wouldn't have driven you mad that you didn't know what that song. All I'm saying is that you telling me that it wouldn't have drove you mad not knowing what that song is. I need to turn this spawns off. Oh yeah, I did go. See, and if you wouldn't have found it, you would have not felt great. You would have been like, ah, poo, this day sucks. So honestly, it was a good thing you found it, and you didn't waste time because you would have been even crazier. All right, reflect motion. Okay. Do with you. think this also needs connecting. Right now, it looks like he's looking left. Left. Right. Oh, I forgot to. He looks so fucking weird without any of his things. Not even those birthmarks. So I'm gonna move them generally and then I'll morph them after. Okay, so this one is like this. This one goes like this. There we go. What is this song? This song, I'm gonna be honest, makes me want to go eat. I just want to take a nap. I want to take a nap. Okay, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save. Okay, and then for one. And then I am going to do the bottom. The up and down of his head. Just up. And the thing that needs to move at the very least, I believe, is these three. I don't remember sleeping to this song. Why? Why not? Stress dreams? Oh, Kiwi. I listen to Creepcast when I go to bed. And if you don't know, Creepcast literally talks, like, the one I fall asleep to the most is called Mother Horse Eyes. And it's literally about people, the manipulation of people's strong emotions in order to open a gate to a reality that we cannot understand unless we are highly drugged upon LSD, and that they find out that the best way to do it is to sacrifice children, and that things like there was like a psyop that the government did. They did do it where they used LSD on people to see if like the more LSD use would allow them to understand another plane of existence. And then they're like, oh, you know, that happened, and then like, you know, it also that's why I won't say this actually. That I won't say that, but you know, just yeah, Creepcast. Huh. Creepcast. It's pretty cool. Anywho, sorry. Oops. One time. Am I doing this right? Yes. Yes, no. I am doing this right. Yeah, the only thing that's changing is everything internally, yeah. That's why this one looks okay. Yeah. Okay. By the way, do you know Iniko dropped a new album? She did? Is it The Awakening? Oh shit, there's 70 songs on it. Let's add it into the queue now. Dead Eyes 42, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Or whatever time zone it is for you. I hope you're having a good time. Also, it's piss. Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on a second. Stream Elements is no longer showing my gifts, and it's making me upset. Thank you for the look, Mystic Art Studios. Thank you. I'm gonna be more than my memory. Overlays. Why is this not working? Change image. What the fuck? Does it not exist anymore here? It doesn't look like it. Weird. Okay, hold on. Maybe it's because I've been using it for so long. Because I've never changed these. I had them as animated emotes once, and then I changed them, and then I've never changed them since. GIF. This one is the follower GIF. Submit. I'll be doing comms while I hang out. Sounds good. I am going to fix my follower stuff. Sorry that you heard that like 10 times. My bad. Oh, I gotta save it. Can I test it? Cool. I just want to change some stuff around in this. What I do? Motherfucker, the charger cog, and I got nothing to fix it. Not even a paper clip? What's the font that I use? No. We should use... What? Is that what it's called? Oops. Oh, is it because I have a space? There we go. That ain't gonna help. I stuck my whole arm down the damn. Whoa! Whoa! Be careful. Rats could come up from that. Be careful. Be careful. That's crazy though. What do you mean? That's crazy. I like that. It's gonna bug the shit out of me to hear it 10 times. Hold on, I'll mute it for you guys. The word spacing is crazy. Arm go down, drain, no clog, found arm. Arm go down, drain, no clog, found arm come up, drain. Okay. Yes. Why can't... Maybe it's just because this font kind of doesn't like it. Cause then I get scary, then I get over it. But I like this font. I'm not thinking. I have a lot of fonts in here. No. Sounds like okay, but I like thick fonts. My Perdoka one's always good. Maybe I can find a different one though. My fame is just being real, it's just being honest. This is a goblin. This is a goblin. Hammersmith isn't bad. Oh, that one's too, like, sharp, though. It's just being real, it's just being honest. I already put a maintenance request, but I still need to shower. That's valid. Could you borrow someone else's bathroom? Is that an option? This one's not bad. Okay, hold on. I cannot. I'm thinking I'll just take short showers. That's fine. I'm gonna do it that way. That's fine. Fine. Oh. Oop. I do like that. Wait, I can just turn that off. Do another one. I want a jack. Yeah, I like that more. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. This is not the blue I use anymore, though. I tap back in and he look adorable. Little guy. Hey, little me. Creatix EXD66, welcome on in. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. I apologize for all the alert sounds. I hope it hasn't bugged you. I want this blue. Okay. What do you mean it has to be RGB? This one. Got a plunger. I think I wish I had a plunger. Do this one as the background color then? It should be darker. It's annoying to clean it out, but it's a lifesaver since my wife has and I shave in the shower. That's valid. I have one of those snaky sticks. For drawing, it's for drain. Also, don't goon in the shower. That clog. It does? Huh. We have these ones. We have like 10 of these, and I use this one. I have long hair. These ones work really well, though. I like the handle, and this one's cute. That legible? Do we like that? Margin. Bounce highlight. I think I like that. God damn it. I went to use Discord to type these numbers. And I just see that Kiwi's the fucking see Kiwi's Tenga. I think I liked Stu 70, 50, 80, 70, 60, 65. It's not my Tanga. Who's gonna correct me? They don't know what's going on in our DMs. They don't know. They don't know. Dude, what the fuck am I doing? I want to do it this way. I like the white words. Oh. 22. 29:30. Lane bullies me in DMs. Tries to act sweet on stream. Kiwi says me poor on stream. He tries to pretend like he doesn't, but he does. What the fuck hex code is this? She has changed me to a death speed puppy out. Don't say that. That's the last thing I would do. I can't pay you. I pay you in fucking emotes. I don't know what to say now. She hates us. All she there walks out my window until I'm too short for that. I'm what? Y'all are making up bullshit now. Y'all are making up bullshit. This is not fair. I'm not a good liar. I'm not a good liar. Why would you do this? I'm not a good liar. I'm a bad liar. I can't lie. Bad. I'm bad at it. Why would you do this to me? Why? Why? You guys really think this way about me? Don't gaslight me! Don't gaslight me, motherfucker! I'm a bad liar and y'all know this. You all know this. You all know this. I'm a bad liar. You know I'm a bad liar. If I was good at lying, why would I fight it? Why wouldn't I just accept my fate? That's the wrong one. I like that. See? Can't we send me porn? Can't we send me porn? Can't we send me porn? I didn't even ask for it. I didn't even ask for it. I have a comeback. I pretend I do. I'll send you a gift. Hold on. Give me 10 seconds. Oh, shit. Okay, I just ignore that. Ignore that. I just need those. Hi, Jessica. I'm alive. Hello. Hello, Taylor. Okay. Thank you for that, bat. John's bullying me. Me to be. Say bad things about me. Well, I'm just trying to let you use our thing like a clipboard. You use mine like a clipboard. You do it to me too. You do it to me too. You stinky. Mean nothing to cow mother. Kiwi, you mean everything to me. That's what you're my credits. You can fluff me all you want. You can fluff me all you want. You wanna fluff me? You can fluff me all day long. I'm invincible. Yeah, that one's broken. I know that's broken. I've also kept the same sound alerts since I started. I can't talk about that because it recognizes my username thanks to your credits. You're welcome. Returned from college, I commute and snagged some cookies for the road, so I have cookies and milk as a snack. Oh, please hold. Holding! I want it to be lighter. RGBA. RGBA. 1, 2. Do an art. Nice message from my brain. Yeah. Do art. Have fun. Do art. Have good time. Oh my god. Have moved. Okay, I gotta preview this live now. Save. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad, chat. Alright. Go higher. I also need this one. Need this one. Go before this one. Okay. Daily word, gaslight. I don't think it works like that. I don't think it works like that, Kiwi. Oh shit. I didn't fix the other ones. Oh, no! No, I don't gaslight. Asshole. I did nothing of the sort. Quick rumble. Oh, never stumble. Whoa. I think it's Lolita one. Goes down. Elaine, gaslighting isn't real. You're just going crazy. Damn, you right. You right. You mean? You mean? Save. Emulate subscriber even. Nope. I have to hear it twice. What? What do you mean it cuts it off? What do you mean it cuts it off? Why would it cut it off? Line height 0.9. Did I not do the line height? Okay. Ooh. I have the wrong font. That's the one I... Huh? Is it because of this? 0.9. 965. Hi, how was your stream? Did you finish the Silent Hill? 1, 2. No. I'm confused on what I'm doing. Text stroke. Oh shit, did I do this wrong? This one. This one. This one. This one. Okay. I see you didn't raid out. I hope you feel better soon, Queen. I'm EP in my hair. I'm sorry. Yeah, I hope you feel better soon. I'm sorry. Wait, but she has a safe space. Oh, but I was so tired. She has safe space. Oh, yeah, understandable. Yeah, no, that's valid. No, that's valid. That's valid. That is so valid. No, yeah, you good. Very text. Don't want it. Don't want it. Okay, well, it's fine then. So this one? Yeah, that's good. Duplicate. Sender. So this one should be variation name, subscriber gift. See?
Yeah.
All right, now gaslighting hard. I'm gonna eat you guys. Ow, 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 ow. Save. Monthly super. Oh, gift. Save. You hate us? I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't. That's me. No, I don't. Oh, I don't. No, I don't. You you boobies. You be little boobies. Are you big boobies? Are the big boobies? Why you big boobies? What is the other ones? Right here should pay up right. Okay. This one. This one doesn't have variations, right? Yeah. Oh, the tip of word. Thank God. Okay. Yo! You did this! You did this! Do not put this on me! You did this! You did this, you son of a bitch. The worst thing I've done is use our DMs as a clipboard. Clipboard! Meanwhile, I guess. What happens when you aggravate me? Okay, so like this one? Okay, that's good. And then this one? Yeah, this one's good. And then tip event. Wait. I don't think that one has a thick enough border. Oh. I think we need to do your channel trailer like V-Stars you had now that you know how to pin videos. That's my response. I'm lazy. I'm lazy, Kiwi. I don't wanna Kiwi. 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 Let me pay someone. Can I pay someone else to do it? Perfect. Tip, cheers. Cheers at the bits one. Sized. This one's too big? It's 2. This more? Everyone has to pay for my scripts or offer a trade. Well, yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't have it any other way, buddy. Why is it not letting me upload my GIF? GIF on. Okay, so that one's broken. The raid one. This one's good. Okay. Lita 1. 65.9. This one. This one. 3. This one. Text settings. Lolita 1. It's not done yet. I got 13,000 off food yesterday. Ooh, I'll do that next. Just maybe make sure that I do this right. Cheer. Raid. Okay. Tip. Okay. He's gotta wait for this, so. Oh, it should be good. So we will do food bashar. Alright. Rice noodles, turmeric, shrimp, pork, quail, eggs, roasted peanuts, fresh herbs, fish sauce, lime, chili broth, lettuce, banana blossom, garlic, shallots, beans, sprouts, sesame rice. This is like a Thailand thing. Excuse me, Thailand. Hot? You know? Borders? Philippines? I can't spell. Taiwan? Oh, it's Vietnamese. Okay. It's hard. There's so many of those ones. Papaya, banana, apple, strawberries, cantaloupe. Is this American? This feels like American. What? Canada? Mexico? Oh! Only one place writes like that? Wait, what do you mean? Oh shit. Butter, sugar, golden syrup, flour, oats, desiccated. It has a lot of accents. Baking powder, sweeten, condensed milk. So rolled oat with coconuts, Hawaii. What? I don't... Coconuts? Jamaica? Oh. United States include Hawaii? Kingston biscuits. Oh, Kingston. Kingston? What the fuck? What else would use the word Kingston? Australia! Okay, I suck today. Okay. Well, you know, I twied. I twied, Max, I twied. I promise. I promise. I tried my best. You tried and that's all that. Yippee! This is true, I did try. This little face. I've yet to synthesize the corners, but... Wait, is it the down and the up is done now? Yeah. The only thing I have to do is the head birthmarks, I think. Yeah. Save jazz. Wait, how big is it now? 20? How much could it be? 30? Okay, this just fits then. Downloading. Okay. Then same for the head. It should be good. I don't like how fucking long his head looks. His forehead looks so long when he looks down. Oh, you know what? You know what would probably fucking help? And also, I think if... So now it would be... Yeah, now it doesn't look as big as it moved. Ew! That's how I feel about that kiwi. I actually now have to click out of that. I don't want to see that. That was not that rude, you gumbus. I hate having hairy genetics. That's valid. Save. Okay, now they should be all fixed. Now I can be happy again. But besides besides your feelings towards hating hairy genetics, what do you think of this little head movement? It looks good so far. I feel like he looks a bit silly. I have an ingrown hair on my hip that's hurting so bad. I just got up and lanced it. Understand, Pixels gets a lot of ingrown hairs. I do too, but mine, it's hard to tell because it grows in the way that, like, it doesn't look like it's ingrown. Like, it doesn't curl back on itself. It just, like, grows through my skin. So it's kind of like, I don't know if that makes sense. So, like, when you have hair, it usually, like, grows like this, and then it becomes, like, a little bump. Right? Mine grows like this. And then there is no bump. Yeah, mine just goes straight down. I don't know why. Because most of them tend to, like, curl. And then they, like, raise bump. And then you get infection. But mine just do this. I don't know why. It pisses me off because I can't... When I shave... It's Asian body hair. It's not strong enough. Are you saying it's not strong enough to break my skin? Hold on, I want to go back to normal model really quick because I want to know how normal model looks when she looks up. Okay, so back of head stays. It's the front of head that moves up and down. Okay. There's a graphic that breaks down the ways body hair grows. Really? Body hair growth. Maybe I shouldn't look that up on stream. Maybe I shouldn't do that right now. Maybe I'll do that later. That is a very interesting topic to me. I feel like his did I not do that for the I think this part would scrunch. I just want to modify his cheeks just a little bit. When he looks up. Yeah. Caucasians, it tends to grow perpendicular to the skin. Hispanic and Africans, it tends to curl. And Asians, it tends to grow parallel to the skin. Interesting. Oh, that's sort of weird. That's hella weird. I want to look at my email really quick. I want to check my email. Boop, 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 boop. Also, I have been given extra weed from my roommate Sim. So we're pogging. Okay, and then this one. Oh, but he needs a thing. This one. There you go. Actually, I want to do this one. Yeah. Huh? Huh? Probably. Angle XY. Okay. Oh, not that one. What is it? 20. 50 position. Yeah, okay. So now that looks a little like too much, maybe like 10. I also haven't done it to where it goes the other way either, so. Posing. Okay. Sorry about that. I wonder. Would that affect it terribly? I don't like it. Oh, wait, no. Okay. Nice artwork. Thank you. Why do you censor work? Okay, there we go. Now this one can have good job on the rigging. The turn is natural. Thank you. And it looks like you just asterisk your O's. That's interesting. It's cool. It's a bit much though. 5. Chat, don't tell her what. Maybe 1.5 be good. There you go. Let's see, what else am I forgetting? Actually, I don't use these either because the brow movement is inputted by the eye movement. This is so annoying when I get anxious about bullshit that would never happen. Like, what if I punch my monitor and it fall out the window? Well, I've never punched my monitor. That's valid. I have worried about things that I have never done in my life either. But here's the thing though, Vex. The nice thing about it is that it'll never happen, but also that your monitor is plugged in. So if you did punch it, there's a high chance that the power cord would hold on to it for just long enough that you could grab it and pull it back in before it falls completely. So, yeah. Ain't that glorious? Ain't that a glorious thing? Okay, let's do his ears. Let's do his ears next. Ear. So, head. I want them to move along X in the same amount. Fuck no, I'm not sticking out my window to grab it. It's a 10-foot fall. Well, it would be dangling though. You'd be fine. Can your window open enough for that? I figured they'd have an architectural limit to limit the chance of accidents. Oh, that's a good question. Got lucky we don't have. Oh, damn. Actually, I can take both of these. Motion. What? What? And then this one will come in this way. What? Mm. Ooh. What is happening here? Why are you so weird? Where is the ear left? I listened to this song plenty of times today. Okay. And then yes. Wait. Oh, these guys don't have the thing yet. Oh. Cancel. It's too heavy. Boop. Oh, right, that's what I'm doing. It's this one, this one, this one. Select, bind. Okay, oh, we're good. I'm gonna sleep. Good night. Good night, wife. I hope you sleep well. Good night. Sleep well. Hi, Andrea. How are you doing? How are you? Hope you're having a lovely day. I'll put add. Oh, there you go. Kind of probably because I'm still sleepy. Aw, I hope you slept well though. Global. X. It was pretty good. I'm glad. For you, I'm good. Just working on making BLT again. The 4th time. A little sleepy, but I'm okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Maybe I made it too heavy. Oops. Oh, right, I have to unbind them. That's what I have to do, unbind. The way you go. Alright, there we go. Here our outline. Mouse a little. Ooh, okay, hold on. Auto little. Maybe I've got the game. 12. Ah, this is the one I like. This is the one I use. And eating them. Are you eating them? And then thank you for the wellness check. Oh shit! I was gonna drink from my water bottle. My water bottle was closed. Yeah, I'm winning. Don't be mad because I'm doing me better than you doing me. There we go. I think I over deformed it. Yeah, that looks so much better. Yay! This one. We told him. I don't have to Momo. Momo. A little bit bigger. Copy, okay. What I would say, aka white hood. Okay. And then this one. Now we select all. Bind. Yep. And then we take this one, body Y, and scrunch it up a bit. Oops. I'm gonna do the thing yet. Scrunch it up. Scrunch it down. And then it's very interesting that it's not following the head. I guess I haven't synthesized corners yet though for it, huh? Synthesize corners, okay. Oh, I don't think... Actually, I didn't do the up and down yet, did I? Yeah, there we go. The edamame. Now synthesize corners. Okay, and then that's interesting. So why does it... Oh, is this gonna... This is 20? If this was 10, would that be easier then? Okay, new question. That'll be it. It'll mommy. That doesn't change anything. Cool. That'll be it. That'll be it. Maybe this ear's just a little bit tall. There you go. Notice how I get quiet when there's no one else. I see something. Need reminders of what you don't feel the same. There we go. Oh, well. Maybe... It still does it. Interesting. Because the ear looks good, but like this point is kind of like moving along. Is this one? Well, kind of. Quite a terrifying. Why isn't it moving it? There we go. Owie, that's an infection. I'm fine. It just hurts a little bit. Oh no, did you get it from when you were out? While you were out? Did you get that while you were kayaking? Are you okay? Okay. No, it's just been here for a bit. It just started hurting enough to care. Ah, we'll be sure to take care of it. I don't want you to lose whatever is infected. That'll be very unfortunate. There we go. They all see are hiding on the shine. Wanna be. I don't think this one is necessary. I heard a little shimmy shimmy from a kitty kitty. Where'd the kitty go? I heard the kitty. Where'd the kitty go? It should be fine. I'll just take it easy on the walk for a bit. And then, oh, is it on your foot? Yeah, you don't want to lose a foot. I think his ears look pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I didn't break my shoes in enough. No, that's valid. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so... Okay, so it's the other birthmark that I didn't do yet, so... on the bottom of that. There you go. Woo, woo. I think his head is done. Oh, wait. Wait. Did I want this to go up? Rock your body. Interesting. But I can't. Dance, I wanna dance in the light. Is there no way? Why did it here instead? So they're bound. So that one like that. Then if it's, ooh, there's a gay picnic. Ooh, a gay picnic. I'm gonna go to the gay picnic. One ear shading. We'll also have to go to 501. Why is this not? It's physics based now? Interesting. I'm gonna be there for a bit, but I have class after the first half. I mean, the first half is the more fun half anyway. To be fair. Is there any other way to change? change layer order in live 2D with parameters? No, with the what is this called? Warp deformer. Draw order does by default does not change if however you set the arm mesh parameter. It's not even draw order. I'm being tested by my roommate today. They stole the last of my coffee. Lorenzo, the boss. Well, you're the boss, so you should punch him in the face. Obviously. So you know what time it is? It's time to look through their diary. Okay. I thought you were just gonna eat their food or something. But, I mean, I guess that's fair. Is there any way for me to... I'm very pretty. That... Okay. What does that have to do with anything? Nani? The fuck? Alright, Can I not do this in any other way? Oh! I'm sorry. I'm petty. Valid. Elaine, I'm sorry. I can't read. Freudian slip. Maybe I think you are pretty. Wink. Smile. Smile.
I'm the trash man.
Ooh, I'm the trash man. Damn, that was pretty average. Upstairs neighbor activity. I just fell out of my bed. Oh no, are you okay? Oh. Can this not be tied to anything else? Like if I put one of these here, for example. Freeze angle. I thought you were gonna be, if you're gonna be stupid, you better be pretty. To make fun of what I said. But that's also valid. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. My tail. Okay. Alright, I have a new idea. I don't know if it'll work. Time to... Wait, hold on. Undo. Get it! See? Freudian slips all around. It's not just my fault. Can I solo this? There's literally a thing that's a solo time. Okay, hold on. Let me just hide the face. Okay. I love the way you can stop. Wait, can you weight paint rotation deformers in live 2D? Almost shocking than anything I ever knew. think I'd have to cut it apart and then glue it. So I'm not gonna do that. Almost anything I ever knew. Not on cue. Just curious if this will give like a similar effect. It's a lot more stiff. So if I did this, would I also have to do this one? But maybe on here, so that way it would be... Oh. No, because that's already happening. Thanks to the movement of left and right, so it would... Why does this no longer affect it? Interesting. Okay. So maybe we do this, then we add the rotation here, for example, and then this one, or not that. Add body Y. Make this 10. 10. I think it's similar, but it's not the same. I can't live without you. And then if I did that, for example. I think I'm gonna go back to what I had instead. Yeah. Because even though he can't do the ear thing that I want him to do, at least he can have floppy ears. Alright. I think I might end stream here for today, because I'm tired, because I didn't get enough sleep and we didn't take a nap. So who's streaming right now? Who's streaming? And I gotta go bathroom, and I want to eat something, because I'm hungry. Who should we go raid, chat? Should we go raid Pengy? Pengy's playing Project Envoy. I think we should go raid Pengy. Hope you guys have fun with the Panganator. Pengy's lovely, lovely. We love Pengy very much. Pengy's very cute. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for hanging out. Tomorrow, we're gonna do more art stuff, I think. Art stuff, and then games. Thanks for I don't know if I would have right now. I'm kidding. But I hope you have fun over there. Don't gaslight Pengy. Be nice to Pengy. Oh shit, I was just writing that out. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your night, day, or whatever time it is for you. I will see you guys tomorrow for more games, art, and TikTok family time. So if there are any TikToks you want to tell me, put them in the cubby corner, and I will react to them.
I love you guys very much. Thank you for streaming. I will gaslight them. Do not gaslight them, you silly billies. Oh, wait. Don't put the milk club. Don't do the milk clubs. We're gonna get in trouble with the milk. From It's Your Buds. Just do raid incoming It's Your Buds. Don't put milk. Pengy censored the word milk in their chat because of the weird people. So you gotta just do raid incoming It's Your Buds. Don't put milk. Don't put milk, okay? Alright. Don't get in trouble. I love you guys. See you tomorrow. Okay. Bye. Bye, everyone. Bye. Bye. Don't be weird. Bye.